Okay, are we on? And we have audio. Good. For once things are working. Hopefully they continue to. I'm not going to bet on that, but we can try. We can hope. Alright, so the, I guess, roll intro here. This is not a new world. I've been playing this since October. This is the first world I played in 1.0. I got the game shortly before 1.0, so I have another world that I started as my very first world. And there are a few videos on that playlist. That's I think that playlist is marked as first play. That would be Season 1 World 1 for a name. This is Season 1 World 4. I've got so I've got a whole bunch of games going. What I'm going to do now is, since this is episode 1 as far as I know on this world that I've actually streamed, we're going to give a tour of what I have, what I've done, where I started, and then we are going to rebuild this mess behind me. Or at least that's the goal. Don't know if that'll actually happen. But what you see here is where I initially started. We are on the north end of the Rocky Desert. So out there's the Rocky Desert, which is the second of the starting points. So we're looking south-southwest out to where actually most people end up starting. We're on the north end of that. We're on the edge of a pit underneath that building where there are 3 impure iron nodes. And actually I think I spawned like right down there or something. I think is where I originally spawned. And pinged for iron, and it was right here. So found those. This here is built up on. So we got down there's the iron nodes, and I built up here on the hill. And I think, let's see, did I set this with world grid? What the heck? Why is that snapping? That's not aligned with anything. Is that the edge of the... I guess maybe that is the edge of the bricks underneath. Alright, let's see. So that brick there is snapped to world grid. So it looks like... I am built on the world grid here then. And you're hearing one of my Jeeps run by, going down underneath. He's running, what is he running? He's running steel pipes over to copper. So anyways, this is my initial setup for power. So this is my biofuel power setup. It started out as just one machine, of course. This has been rebuilt about 18 times. But what we have now is 2 bins here, the one on the bottom over there and the one there. One, I forget which one's which, but one is leaves, one is wood. They go into this machine, and the one I'm standing on, that converts the either or to biomass, which comes and combines in this merger, and then it goes somewhere. How do I have this set up? Oh, it comes from, okay, so it comes over from that one and up from this one into this merger, comes out here, goes into this top bin, is biomass, and we can see I got plenty of that. and from there it goes down into this machine, which converts it to solid biofuel, which goes into phase right through the belt here. Goes into that bin, where it goes down here, goes up to this splitter, and is split between, let's see, okay, the splitter, oh, I'm on the wrong splitter, that's why I'm confused. So it comes down the middle, down below, comes up this elevator or lift into this splitter. Some goes to the front, some goes to the back. That goes, those two split in the both in the same way, split side to side. Goes down to a lower tier, which splits between the front and the back machines. And the other side splits between the front and back machines, and the same happens between these four machines over here. So all four of the biomass burners get the same amount of fuel. That way we don't have one or two of them that get shorted on fuel if my fuel starts running dry, which inevitably causes a power outage. Now right now these are not connected to the main grid. These would be connected via a switch, which I have now. However, as of this morning at least, power switches turned invisible. Yeah. Now again, I'm in 1.1, so of course there are bugs. Let's see if the regular power switches do so as well. Yep, they turn. So the switch, I would have a switch here, but it turns invisible, so I'm not using it. And I have so much power otherwise that I'm not using the biofuel, but it's here to, if I need to do a dry start of things. I shouldn't say that because then I will have to, and I've done that before. I don't want to. So that over there is the only place that the biofuel is connected to the main grid, which is here, and the backbone is that there. And of course we have the main hub here, and behind it we have the workshop and the MAM, and also the shop. And back here we have somewhere, we have the space elevator. And a bunch of miscellaneous storage. For some reason this world actually still has the Fixmas stuff still available. I can still build Fixmas stuff even. I never actually did Fixmas in this world. But the stuff is still here. Oh, no, wait a minute. Why do I have a shop back there and out here too? I must have built this one. I didn't realize I had the other one. Okay. So from here, originally, I built these down here, of course. And bits of this has been rebuilt 25 times or so. Come on, up on the side of the wall here. Thank you. All three of the mines come out to the edge where they go upstairs, with the intent of keeping this clean down here. Originally, much of the stuff was packed in around down here. And then I realized how much room was needed to do stuff, and I moved things upstairs. And of course, extras like this have been added over time. So up here, we take the three mines. Each one is enough to feed one. Those are impure, so they're only crapping out 30 a minute. That's enough to feed two I must have upgraded those miners. So anyways, they're feeding two, yep, brain dead, smelters each. Those smelters are of course feeding ingots out. Let's see, how do I got? I got three, the first three here, so that's 6 smelters. The first 3 are feeding here, which I believe these are all doing rods. No, these are all doing plates. So these are all doing plates, which are going into this storage and just sitting there. Oh, no. See, I haven't been in here. This is a review for me, too. So they're going into storage, and they're coming out here and going into, I'll bet this is reinforced plates. Yep. Being fed by screws, which are being done upstairs. These other 3 are doing are ingots, which are going upstairs, and they are turning into rods, which are being turned into screws, which are coming back down over here. Coming over here and coming into the reinforced plates, among other things. And the reinforced plates are being stored here. And it looks like those are going back upstairs. I think those are going to maybe modular frames, I'm going to guess. Okay, so let's go up and see what's going on upstairs. And of course storage there for the reinforced plate. So we've got regular plate storage back there and reinforced plate storage here. Up here, got modular frames and rotors stored on this level. We've got rods being made in this row of things. So here is the ingots from downstairs. See, the ingots are coming up there and being split side to side, so they're feeding all of this row here. And then all of this row is being fed down under my feet, down here. And yes, this is convoluted. Over here, going into the bin for rods. That's being split here. Some are going back down there on the bottom. Some are coming back up here and going into the next row of units here. This row is making the screws, which are coming back down here, going into the bin, being split. Some are being fed to the depot storage, and some are being fed back down the belt here. So now we have rods going down the belt that way. Let's see. We got rods coming out of storage. Okay, we got 2 separate feeds out of storage. One is a belt going down there, and one's coming into here doing screws. Okay, and then we got screws also coming down this way. So we got screws and rods coming down here. Rods is being split again. One set of rods is going into here for rotors. And one is going up here. See, that's going into this, which is doing the modular frames. That's the rods. The ones that's making the rotors. Rotors are coming out over there. Some are going into storage. Okay, so this is where I did some interesting. This is split 3 ways, and this is to get a certain ratio. So 2/3 of it are going back into this merger and going out that way. 1/3 is going over here into storage, which I think is being resplit. Nope, that's just going directly up into dimensional storage. 2/3 of it is going to this here. See if I can follow everything. Which is going over to this machine along with the reinforced plates from down below. And this is going to be the smart plating. So this was the phase 1, I believe, is what this was. And that's just going upstairs to a bin that's just above. And I think that's all. So there's where the reinforced plates are coming up from down below. I think that's all on this floor, and I think upstairs the only thing is the storage for the reinforced plates, and I have a sink up here. Oh, the smart plating, and I think there's, no, the reinforced plates is below us. The smart plating is stored here, and also a spare bin for dumping into the sink. And the overflow from the leftovers from the smart plating is going onto the sink as well. So that's the main base, and that's what I hope to rebuild later in this stream. And let's see. After building the beginning of this, so there's my main hub. And note that I've not discussed what's going on over there yet and other things. I was planning on building something out there. I still don't remember what, but I've left it because I don't need the spot at the moment. More stuff going out over there. People who played before know what that is, but we'll get to it. And that is the original concrete factory, which has been rebuilt 25 times. But that's my original source of concrete. I just finished earlier today building a new one. We'll get there. But that's also feeding dimensional storage. Over there is where we're going next. That is copper products. And that's what was built shortly after getting this. This here is a very poor road for my other buggy, which is over there, to get over here to copper. And I need to rebuild this too if we get that far. But we have a copper mine here and a concrete mine, which for some reason I still haven't employed. And obviously the copper isn't doing much. But the copper is coming up here. In fact, have I even upgraded this mine? Oh, but I haven't. Whoops. Nope. But I don't need to at the moment either. But it needs to be done. So this here is not doing a whole lot, but I have, let's see, we got sheet going there, wire going there. So we got wire going into storage and wire going directly into, what we got? Oh, we got wire going into storage and wire going into a machine which is making cable, which is going into storage. Wire is there is going into, that's making, with the rods, that's going to be making rotors, stators, which are being split, some going into storage and into the depot, and then that over there is automated wiring, which is going into storage and depot over there. And then these pipe are coming in from somewhere around here is the truck depot that's bringing the pipe over from where I'm building, where my steel is, way over on the other side. You can see the truck parked down there. Actually, I think that's it here for copper. Copper is not doing a whole lot. This here is, I think both of these are doing the automated wiring, combining there and going into storage and just going into the depot. And that's pretty much as far as I've gotten with those components. So yes, we're blowing really fast through this. Let's see what came next. We got the copper belt. Again, we've got the that's just concrete out there. There's the limestone spot. Let's go down here and follow the buggy, because he's going down to storage, or he's going down to, let's see if I can jump on him. Come on, come on, come on. There we go. He's going where we want to go. He's going down to steel, which is also my power plant. Well, my original power plant. Duck! Oh, collision. Let's see if the spiders are out. I think spiders have don't respawn now. I think I built too much. But just until a couple days ago, the spiders kept respawning here and kept getting run over. But I built the limestone mine here. We'll come back to here. Don't look here above me. We'll come back to this. Oh, you just barely missed that foundation, don't you? Yes, camera's down for a reason. Got another limestone mine here. Power. You can see evidence of 1.1 right there. And yet another limestone mine here. That limestone is feeding down here where we're doing steel. So here we have one coal mine, coal buffer. This is feeding over here. This is where, ooh, I broke something. This is supposed to be iron coming down from up above. I need to check on that. So this would be iron from up above. That's coal from right here. We got coal from this mine here as well. Let's see, how are we doing this? We got coal from that mine coming over, and we got coal from this mine. Are we joining them? I don't remember. It's been a long time. Looks like each mine is feeding one foundry. And this would be the iron from above. A splitter going into this foundry and that foundry. The ingots from both foundries would come here and get split three ways. 1/3 of which would go over there, and just like the other place in the main factory, we got 2/3 rejoining, going down below into this one. So this one I think is doing pipes. Nope, I got it backwards. This one's doing beams, and so this one's doing pipes. And the 2/3, 1/3, if you look, this is doing 30, and this will be doing 60. This eats 60. So that's why the 2/3, 1/3 split. Both of these go into bins. The beams here, which goes over there. The pipes go here to the truck station. And that's where the Jeep is coming down, picking them up and taking them back over to copper. Somewhere, I'm not sure where, I thought it would be here. Somewhere pipes, I think, are going into, they've got to be. Are they not? Do I not have pipes? Yeah, right there. So where is it getting put? Oh, okay, it should be here, but it's not. It's the other factory. that there is where I manually so far. And you get another Jeep doing this. This would be the modular frames along with the steel beams, which would be here to make these are making the versatile framework. That's what the other one is, and that's why the concrete is here coming from up above. So we've got the versatile framework here, and the what is it, industrial beams here. Yeah, so really quick tour of what's going on down here. And then we have the other two mines, coal mines, one up there and one over there, are feeding my original power factory, which also needs upgraded. And that is all that's going on over here. Actually, let me double check that. I discovered earlier today that there was some stuff going on that I had forgotten. No, that is everything over here. Okay, so don't know where the Jeep went. I'm sure it headed back without us. So we're gonna head back and see if we can figure out what happened to my iron. So we got, again, got the concrete factory, nothing special over here. Hi, Jeep. Oh, come on, slide already. So we got, with 1-1, we have, well, that's a standard small pillar, but we now have the round pillars supporting my the concrete or the limestone coming from there. Wow, you're still running? Good grief. This I just built, the concrete here we just built today. Why are you unpowered? Power line too long. Put one over there. Put one there. We'll fix you later. So this I just built today. That has been rebuilt 7 times in the last month or so. Because I kept changing my mind what I was going to do with it in between streaming for the other worlds. This is strictly concrete. And again, this is I just built today. So it's evening as I'm streaming. I built this morning. This is this is being fed by 2 pure concrete nodes, or limestone nodes, one there and one we saw coming up here on the other side of this. The one on the other side of this is coming in here, and then of course that one is we saw coming up here. And those familiar with the game will recognize the sound. These are all accelerated, as are the 2 mines. So we've got these all rocking out hard, doing a heavy-duty amount of concrete going into or out of this. Lots and lots of concrete going, and it is all coming up here into very large bins, which are feeding nothing but depot loaders. And these are split, so they're all being fed evenly, and that quadruples my feed rate for them. And overall, it octuples my speed rate for getting. So if I take concrete out of the depot, it gets filled up very quickly. So I'm not going to run out of concrete anytime soon. And then there's this factory over here. And I don't have any access to this from the back, from the top. And you know what? I'm not sure it's even finished. Let's go down inside. So this. Where's my access point for this? This is mostly smelters. I need to put more labels down here. This has been rebuilt this week. And this has all been built by the numbers, unlike most of the other stuff. We got smelters here making iron ingots. I think all of this is smelters. Nope, that's all smelters there. This is, did I put labels up here? No, what's we're doing here? This is plate. Oh, see, there's labels. That plate is going upstairs for one. I think that plate is going all the way upstairs. Iron rod is going to the next floor, and this I thought there was 2 iron plates, but I guess there's 2 iron rods. So here's our iron ore coming in from the mine just outside. Oh hey, we have wall holes. I can put a proper wall hole up here now. Ha, ha, ha. Actually, that's still wrong because the belt is supposed to actually connect to it, but oh well. Let's see. So we got iron plate at 180, that's going I think all the way upstairs, and we got rod 120 and rod 90 going to 2 different places. One is going up there and one is going up over there. And I don't remember which is which. The plate goes and join up with one of them. And I need to get some walkways put in here so I can get around correctly. Alright, so let's see, what do we got? We've got modular frames, reinforced plates, and screws. So the far set of rods is coming up here. This would be the 90 to down this row, and screws are coming back out. These screws are specifically for the reinforced plate being built here, and this would be where the plate from downstairs is coming up to, and then the reinforced plates are going over here to looks like both of these rows, which are doing the modular frames. And I think at the moment these are just, yep, these are only going to storage and the dimensional storage. And that is that building. And I don't know how, I don't think anything is accelerated for this building at this point. Nope. So that is everything on this side of the map. Now we go over to, let's see, that's mean that's, there's copper. Now we go over to the new industrial center. And this has been done in the last couple of weeks. This is where I've been working for a couple of weeks now. And we're going to take tube over there. One of these days we'll get explosives going so I can get rid of this crap. There is, you might see a shine up there on the hill. I've got sulfur coming down here, but I haven't actually gotten stuff done with it. I've gotten distracted by other things. These things here are just here. These were temporary, doing temporary stuff. So they will go away. I don't even know what's in here. Another storage here. I think that's... Nope, used everything. Okay. So, if you don't know, we've got multiple entrances here for a little bit of boost on speed going over to this other place. So we're going by the copper plant there. And again, those who have played know where we're going. You know, I actually should put a warning on this one for spoilers, but most people who have played the game know better than to watch stuff ahead unless they want to. So if you're watching this and you don't want spoilers, to be honest, I have to say go away, because there will be spoilers shortly. So as you can see by labels, there's copper there. You can see crystal coming in here. You can see that other weird purple stuff coming in here. Here is power coming from the... So there's the other base. There's iron and copper over there. And then down here somewhere, we've got coal. So we've got coal coming up to this platform where we are building everything iron. So there's our mine coming out here and splitting, and this is mostly by the numbers, believe it or not. I'm not going to go over the numbers, but it's splitting here. Some is going over there where we're doing basic iron. Some is coming here where we are doing steel. So steel products, we've got steel nuggets coming out of both of these. Ingots, nuggets, I always call them nuggets for some reason, don't know why. These two machines are doing pipes and beams. Everything here is just going into storage and dimensional depot unless it's being used immediately. I believe this here was some biomass processing that I needed for some reason at one point. So the pipes are splitting, some going into storage and dimensional right here. And that's as far as they go. It's splitting and going over there. And it's going up on top over there. And again, if you've played far enough, you know where it's going. Here is my work base here while I built all this. The reason this industrial center here is because we have coal, we have copper, we have limestone, and we have water, all right here in one place. So in order to build the power, which is over there, I didn't really want to just drop down the mines and the other stuff willy-nilly, so I built these platforms to build all the bits and pieces that I needed. They're not any mass production, it's just everything basic amounts, and put it in storage, put it in the this is where I started putting stuff into the dimensional depot. The other stuff you saw on the other factories have been added since I did this, but this is where I started doing all that. So anyways, on this side we have the steel, the pipes are going over there, the beams are going into here, and I think that's as far as they're going. I'm not using them otherwise here, other than for out of storage for building. The regular iron. So we've got one is coming in here and doing plate, and the other's over here doing rods. Rods are going into storage and depot, and also coming out as to do screws, which are going into depot. and also going over there to make, I believe that's be the reinforced iron plate, which is going into storage and depot, which again you just saw it's doing the storage back in the original base, but at the time I built this it was not going into the depot there. I have only just in the last couple of days added depots over there to basically replenish the depot faster than it had been. And that's what's going on here. That is all of this here. Everything here is from one iron mine. And I think that's just a standard iron mine. Fully accelerated. No, actually that's pure. Which is why I managed to get so much. And we got two coal nodes down here. One is feeding the wow, my voice is already gone. One is feeding the steel. One is feeding out to the power plant. We've got two more on the other side, both of which are feeding the power plant. So over here we have the other two coal mines going out to the power plant, and we have copper down here. So likewise, this is a single line. We have ingots over there, ingots over here. That there is doing wire going into the depot. No, that there is doing wire into cable into the depot. And this side is just doing wire into the depot. And looks like I'm also taking wire out of that storage, and you can see it's running up top to over there. And then we have the power plant. See if I can make it all the way over here. So the way I've built it, got big water drops down here, marking places. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and another 6 on this side. I've got one. These are all clocked down to 75%. They're fully accelerated and then clocked down to 75% of flow. What I have one pump per 2 generators. You can actually power 3, but or what is it? It's 3 pumps to 4 machines, I think, something like that. I'm doing 2 pumps to 1 pump 2 machines. It's just easier to do stuff that way. You don't have to split up the water and everything. And so on each side I have 6 pumps and 12 or 8. Should be 12. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. 12 generators on each side, which I believe are also fully accelerated. Yep. So we're doing a crap load of power, and of course this is now my power source. I'm not going to do the math, but there's a crap load of power coming out of here. I think there's like 3 kilowatts or something coming out of this. And if I go back down here, so you saw my original coal plant. I'm not sure how much is coming out of that offhand. Just last week I did this as the next step in fuel and other things, because I'm at that stage where I needed the plastic and the rubber. So I went the one place that I knew from the other worlds where there was oil. Well, actually I know quite a few where there was oil, but this was a close one and easy one to work with. I gotta move that so it's not spitting me right into a wall. So here we have 2 oil nodes. And that's the biopower we started with. Not necessary now, but it was when I started. The oil is coming into somewhere. I have done so much in this last week. So much. Where's the oil coming into? There we are. Oil's coming here, going underneath, coming up right there. Oil's going into these first two units. One of which, I think this one is doing rubber and heavy oil, and this one is doing plastic. And that's where I started to get. That's how I started getting the rubber and plastic. Actually, no, it's not, because initially did not have those recipes, if I remember right. I may have started with. No, that's how we start. Yeah, these aren't our alternates, right? Those are standard recipes. Yeah. So yeah, these are the original recipes. And this is what I didn't have. This is a main recipe, but I didn't have it yet at the time, so I couldn't make fuel. So I had to initially, this was the residue storage. If I remember right, I could be wrong at this point, but I had to store something early on because I couldn't do anything with it. But it gave me enough of the plastic and rubber to do the milestone or whatever, which gave me the ability to make the fuel. But that took some time. That was what the last week involved. And then you see the rubber and plastic go in here with overflow control. So we're using the smart splitters for overflow control. Rubber and plastic are going into the depot, of course, here. I'm not using the rubber anywhere else. The plastic is coming over to over to here, where it's being made into containers, where it's going into there to make the packaged fuel, which is going into the bin and into the depot, because that's what I'm using for my jetpack. And of course we got buffers for the fuel, and everything is valved and numbered and whatever. Again, everything by the numbers here, so that we have 2 generators. I believe it's actually 1.5 generators running power. And that was my initial power upgrade. This I did before the coal plant at the other place. Stephen builds. What is the W in the episode nomenclature? Season 1, World 4. Because I'm streaming from 4 different worlds at different times. I had originally, until just a couple days ago, that was, I just had S1W4E1, and what did I do? I had like S1W4E1, instead of separating them out by season. So now it's season 1, world 1, 2, 3, 4, episode whatever. And there's playlists on the channel if you want to see the others. So I have 2 this is one of 2 single player worlds, and then I stream on from 2 multiplayers as well. Let's see. So yeah, that's what we're doing here. We got packaged fuel, we've got power, we've got plastic and rubber. Nothing mass produced, just all the basics, and that's what this whole place is for. This is providing all the main bits and pieces for advancing further. And let's grab the tube to get back. now we'll see what that other platform is over here. So no spoilers so far. Spoilers if you haven't played the game and are new and don't want too many spoilers, look away for the next few minutes. Let's see, now we're going to go up top. Actually, I'm just going to go right back down the bottom. So you see here, we have a bunch of elevators, and I'm only just realizing they're going through the rock. What silly idiot made them do that? Can't imagine who would have done that. Someone intruding on my my world. We have a cave here. And in the cave are a whole bunch of crystal and some sand, which is being brought out here and going up there where it's getting processed. And this was the second reason for coming over here. I love these signs, and those signs are because the belts are literally buried. So that's the copper coming over from the copper bunch down there. And then over here we have a similar sign because we have the pipes coming from over there are buried here. And also all the crystal is coming over here, some being made into silica and some being made into quartz. And all of which again is going into storage. There's no additional processing being done here, at least not yet. And this is the sand coming up from below. Here it's turned into other stuff. I'm obviously not saying things for those who don't know, but that other stuff is now going from here into this, which is making other stuff, and if you know, you know, and if you don't, I'm going to avoid telling you too much. But this is something that I went out of my way to accelerate getting the bigger machine so I could make it and not have to do it by hand. So yeah, this is my, well, except for the one big factory you saw a little while ago that I just did today. This is my primary manufacturing hub. This is where all the basics are built right here and where it first went into storage. And that is the extent of this world. So I'm not really all that far in this world. I've got some notable advancements, obviously, because I've got the SAM and obviously a fair number of spheres and shards. I need to do more exploring. But, oh, if you wonder, my barrier here is so I don't spit from there right into that one. I get stopped and I can just jump right across. So we'll go back, jump in there, go back upstairs again. And I need to get explosives so I can get a whole bunch of these things. I think that's my next goal. But now we can start rebuilding, which I'm actually afraid of. Rebuilding main base. That's what I didn't do. I was going to do some planning before I streamed. Oh, and I gotta fix that too, because these accelerators are one way. So when I come out of the tube, I get stuck between them right there. Okay, now. So what do I got? I've got 3 impure nodes. That's 30 each, or fully accelerated, that'd be 60, what is that, 85? 60 and 75, fully accelerated. Math, yuck. 3 times 75, 2 is 150, 225. So that's what we'll be able to get out. Wait a minute. Do I have Mark II miners yet? I do. So 225, 450. I don't think those miners are even, I think those are still Mark I miners. So there's a lot more I can do here than what I'm doing now. Nope, these are Mark II, although I don't think I'm using it. So these are crapping 120, or capable of crapping 120 a minute. Let's see what? Oh, they're Mark II, but they're not accelerated, okay. If I accelerate that, I don't have any. Yeah, I do. Let's see, where's my shards? Shards. So if I crank that all the way up, I get 300 a minute out of this. So that's 900, holy crap. Compared to what we're currently processing upstairs, I think we're only processing 90 upstairs. So we're only processing half of what we could. We got 32 per miner, so that's 60 per miner out of 120. So we can do a lot more up here. How do I want to do this? Well, I need to take it down, which means I need to take down. Let's start by removing all of the dimensional storages for this. I think I need to dump most of my inventory, so let's do that. We can use these that don't have anything in them. I don't need nuts. I don't know why I'm carrying those or those around. I don't need those or those or those or those. I can hold on to those and those and that and that. These things that are in storage can go. Keep that, that's in storage. Keep that, keep those. I need that, don't need that. Don't need those. Actually, the limestone and the coal can just be dumped. Quartz can be dumped. Don't need the sulfur. Keep hold on to the beams. Actually, I'm going to hold on to those things because those are all construction products. I'm going to want these. I'm not going to need, well, I'm probably going to want some of them. We'll go with that for the moment. Actually, you know what, we're gonna, let's see, we're gonna take and build some of these out here. Actually, we're gonna use one of the new toys. Where are they? Have I not bought them? Organization shelf. Ha! Personal storage. Put them the right way around. Yeah, that's the right way, because the hinges are back here. Yeah, I got that right. Okay, so we're going to put all this stuff in there for the moment. And take all that. I'm going to get rid of that. And get rid of that. And that. And that. And that, and yep, that, and that. Actually, I shouldn't have done that. That, and that, and that, and that, and I'll set a storage up there if I need to dispose of things. But we're going to put it somewhere over here. I had a bunch of... Oh, okay. We're going to store all of that. That was the stuff we didn't need to keep on us. But that, and that, and that. Probably that and that need to go into here. And then this is the stuff I do not need to carry on me. Right? That's the stuff I decided not to carry. Well, we're going to take those for building materials and all of this, or most of that. I do not need all of those. but I'm going to want some. I think that will do, and it's here if I need it. Okay. Actually, crap. So do I rebuild the hub first, or do I rebuild the factory first? The factory's already on the grid. We're going to rebuild the factory first. That means we need to take all this down. And I've got to be careful because right now the power grid passes through this factory. I think, come on, power one. We are going to build out here somewhere so that we can completely bypass the factory, more or less. Why did I not put a footing here? Why did I not put another brace? What weirdo did things that way? Clearly I didn't care at the time that I did that. Okay. Well, I thought I highlighted all of this stuff to be removed. Little bits left behind here. All right, now, oh yeah, we're definitely gonna need this. And we're gonna need merger. Because all of the bins that are up here in different places need to be dumped. Actually, we're going to have to start at the bottom, you know? At least as far as discontinuing manufacturing. That's all gone. I know that one's all gone. this. I'll leave this here for now. And the reason I'm starting down here is so that as I remove other stuff, it doesn't continue feeding in and just keep the machines running. I want the machines to run out. So we're going to leave the machines running, but I'm going to stop the feed from storage. And I think this is only going to storage now. But we're going to stop the feed from this storage too. And we're going to bring instead bring it down here. Where what we're going to do all this here, and that's going to go to one of them. Storage is going to go to the other. Get a look at the new curve mode for S1W4E1. Looks pretty cool. Find a good spot to land up here. That's going to run out of steel plates here shortly. We'll stop the screws. This way I also don't end up with crap loads of extra stuff in my inventory. I'll have enough stuff in my inventory just from disassembling the machines. I don't need all the product as well. And it'll give me tickets too. Let this continue draining. I can speed this up. Oh, we want to change. I want belts. Speed up the belts so they are out of here. Are we done yet? Nope. Speed you up so you finish with your stuff. No point in speeding these up because they're limited by the stuff in front of them. Let's see what I can dump from the next level up. Level up. This is where the screws were. Where is this? What was this? Can't tell. I think it's either rods or beams. That could be rods because we're iron here. Let's see, we can get rid of the dimensional storage here. That was not what I wanted to do. Oh well. Guess that's done now, so we're gonna, there's the rest of them. I guess we're gonna go upstairs to the other sink up here. And put all those screws in here. And we can make use of this belt. So let's accelerate it. While we're at it, we're going to bring this around. That's an output. Fine. And then we can use this belt to feed stuff from downstairs. Take all of that. Throw that in the bin up here. What we got in here? Ooh, coupons. Alrighty, get rid of this. Let's see, is my flashlight off? Nope, that's on. Oh, I have global lighting on. That's why it's dark. Okay, so these are not doing anything because nothing is going anywhere. We're going places very slowly. Let's see, get rid of dimensional storage. Get rid of dimensional storage. Okay, so that one needs to be routed out, and this one needs to be routed out. This side is out, this side is out. So we need to pull it around and bring it. Actually, you know what? We're just going to bring this upstairs somewhere. Don't know where that's going upstairs, but hopefully it's somewhere where we can grab it. Close enough. Oh, we got another belt here. Make sure this one's upgraded as well. And make sure this one is upgraded. Although we'll probably use the one over in the corner now that I know it's there. Have to go look and see what that's attached to. Oh, hello. Not off to the side. Not so far. That is not attached to anything. So let's attach it to the output of this instead of putting it there. There, that'll give everything a place to go. We've got no more rotors being made. We've got... Okay, so we need to give the rods a place to go. Let's see. The rods would love to come back here. That'll come out of rod storage too. Awesome, that'll clean out storage and it'll give all the other rods and therefore all the ingots a place to go. Oh, they're slow because they're sharing time with everything else. Let us see how these out here are doing. I know you can stand on top. There you go. How far y'all got to go? Ways. More screws. Let's see. You are disconnected. You are active. You are slowly emptying. You are empty. All of you look to be empty finally. Good. These. Don't need those. Don't need this. Those watching, any questions, feel free to ask. I try to watch chat, although it may take me a moment to notice. For those who haven't been here, I am in the process of deconstructing my original main base. So here's my hub. And you can see in the corner I'm working on completing phase 3, so I'm not too far into the game. I have just got plastic, rubber, and fuel going this past week. And right now we are deconstructing and rebuilding my original primary base. Right now we're trying to clean out all my storages and stuff so I don't have to put it all in my inventory. So we are dumping it all to a sink there and another one upstairs. And trying to keep things clean as they become emptied. Okay, that one's empty. That one's getting there. That one's getting there. I need to leave that there. Let us see if I can speed that up any. There, that'll get things, because the machines are done working, they just got the buffer I got to clear out. So that'll clear out these buffers pretty quick. There we go. Now I can finish killing all this. That still has a bunch of stuff in it, so I don't want that in my inventory. Is this empty yet? Almost. And then the other one will go faster. Oh, hey, we have new toys. Let's see. See how this works. Where is it? Where are they? There we go. Let's see how these work. So these belts will do, what, 370, I think? These are number 4. These will do 480, capable. But they're being slowed down because they are sharing the one thing out here. Oh, and they're being limited by that belt there. Doggone it. There. Okay, so we're done with this. This should be slowly scrolling down because the belt is empty, and therefore this is empty. And the sign, and what happens to the thing hangs there in the air. So now this should go up because it's going to be the only one, and it should only be limited by the speed of the belt. So that should now go up to 480. Alright, and that's the only thing left up here, I think, looks like. Aside from a couple of poles. Anything else up out here on this level? Here's a plate. And let's we'll leave that for the moment. What are you doing? You're empty. But you're still running and taking things off the line, so we'll let you go. So let's go back here to the beginning of this section and see what's empty, if anything. You have high-speed belts all the way. Let's see what you're doing. Make sure you've got number 4 belts everywhere here. Yep. And then we need to get rid of those. You know what? We're just going to see if we can drop another sink in here. And find a pole from which to power it. And we're going to accelerate this as much as we can, just to get things off the belts. You don't have anything happening now because you're done with screws, which means all the rods done with you, and anything coming out of you looks like you're done. Take your sign. suspect there may be something left back there that was feeding that, but not fast enough to matter. So follow this through. That means that belt should be empty. Where does that belt come from? That belt, oh, that belt is going to here from this. What? Okay. What do we got for inventory space? Good enough. Let's see what else we got going on here. We'll let you finish up. And you'll be going for a couple of minutes. Let's see if we can speed you up. And let's see how much of this stuff can be, see if we're done back here yet. Yeah. Get rid of the sign so I don't forget it later. Okay, so these are all done. All this is done. You're still busy. You've got a whole bunch of rod in you. And you're feeding out and going. Okay, so you're going both up and over there. What are you doing? Were you coming in or out? You were coming into something here. You were coming into screw storage. So we want to put the merger on the line here. And bring you over here. And that'll clear out this row of machines. Oh, that'll let this. That's why that bin wasn't clearing out. Half of it was feeding those machines, and the other half is going straight out. Okay. Now, are we done with? This machine is still running, clearing out its internal inventory. As is that machine. This is clearing the bin, and the machines are helping. Not going to make a lot of difference. Difference since nothing in there can produce or eat that fast anyways, but maybe a little. The faster the belt moves, the faster we get this cleared out. Let's go back upstairs and see how that's doing. Okay, we don't need this anymore. Therefore, we don't need this anymore. Or this. That one we need. So that's the screws coming from downstairs. Might better send those screws. So that's these. Might better send those screws out here. So instead of this, let's put a hole in the wall. these anymore. I think maybe now we want this. Okay, are these machines done scrapping themselves? No. No, yes. And with that, we can take this out, that out. Let's see. Where was what coming from what? We're coming from here and going into here. But actually that's what we were trying to discontinue. We want to go from there into here. And we're waiting for this to clear out. No, we're not sending anything up here anymore. And we aren't sending anything up here anymore. So we're just waiting for this to empty. Let's take the walls off and see how many times I fall off. done yet? Nope. How far are you? Oop, getting there. How are we doing? Down here, we're done down there. Since we're done down here, we not only don't need the rails, but we don't need the floor either. Gotta be careful what I delete. No. Okay. So since this is only going to disposal, let's get rid of crap filling up my inventory. Good start. Well, maybe we'll get to rebuilding, maybe we won't. Although I've got at least another 3 hours I can stream, so. I hope by that time we can be doing some rebuilding. Alright, we can. I'm definitely going to fall off an edge here sooner or later. You're clearing that. You should be done by now. What are you guys feeding on? Oh, you just make an awful lot of screws out of here, that's why. Boy, you're taking a roundabout path, aren't you? Oh, you're going two different ways. No, you're going that way. Okay, and you are going that way. So these guys are still feeding on their buffer. But at least they're clearing their output buffer faster so they can work more. Can't do anything else down here. I need somewhere to walk down. I don't suppose I need it, but... And you are just emptying this. And you'll be done in a minute, so let's finish. Let's get off that section before I delete it. We can delete. Do not want to delete the thing sticking through the floor, but I do not need that floor over there yet anymore. And I don't need that floor. I don't need that floor. And this is done now, so I get rid of that, and that, and that, and that, and that means this is done. And I think that means we're done with the top floor. Careful what I delete here. We do still at the moment need those power lines. Don't actually need that wall. Nope. Fine, stand there then. Do not need that. Ooh, do we need this anymore? Maybe we don't need this anymore. Looks like that is all cleared, and that's the only thing coming into this. So we can kill that, and that, and that, and this. Still waiting on... Oh, you're empty now. Cool. we're almost done with this. We're getting fewer and fewer things out of these. So most of them are emptied of stuff. They're all still running though, so we gotta wait. Looks like these poles aren't going anywhere. Looks like I got too carried away at some point. I'm missing a brick over there. That's a pretty big pothole in the road over here. Need to do something about that. Must have been that way. That works. Alright, so we don't need any of that. Don't need that. We're basically just waiting for these machines to empty out. While we wait for that, I'm going to go get a drink. Somehow I'm no longer centered in the camera. How does that work? A little better. Come on, you guys have got to be pretty close to done. Close enough. We're going to take you down and you're done with it whether you like it or not. It just means I'll have some stuff in my inventory to get rid of. Oh, whoa, whoa, not so far. Oh, wait a minute. That was in use. Alrighty. I see something that is probably no longer powered that needs to be. Yeah. You guys are hungry, aren't you? Thought there was a... Oh, crap. Wait a minute. Main base. Power. That's main power there. Got a power node here. Where is it being powered from? Okay, so you've got power coming from main. I can't bring another one from there because it's already got one going that way, this way, and going around main base. We're going to get close enough to bring one from here then. Now where's concrete? fuel. Here's concrete. For the moment, we're just going to put you there then. Let me get some more fuel. And then we can retie you to a power grid. Let's see, where are you? Where do I want power? Connect you to power. We're going to put you on that corner. And then run line over here. Not that it mattered, you weren't filling anything, but you will be in a minute because I'll be using a lot of concrete shortly. I don't actually need that anymore. Or any of this, or any of this, or that. Do want that. Although at the moment it doesn't go anywhere up there. Alright, let's clear this guy out. Oh, screw you. I don't have any of my fuel on me. All that fuel. Is actually in here. And got a big old storage unit here somewhere. Let's put it over here. What do I not need? Do not need, do not need, do not need, do not need, do not need. Dun. Boy, this feels different without all that. Oh, let's get rid of this. Okay. Now, pave this properly. Now I think I left enough room, probably should check before I fill this all in, but why would I do something intelligent? That doesn't make good content, does it? Alright, see if I can figure out where all three lines are. Nope, nope. Two. There's one here. Well, which way is going to be front? As much room as possible, but I don't want to run out over the edge too far. I think I will stop there. I mean, there's plenty of room for the bottom floor anyways. So let's see. They do want to put some more. I think what we're going to do. Open to end. And open to end. And then we'll come to end. How does that feel? Not particularly a fan. Roll with it. That's what we're gonna do. Alright, let's miner 2. We got a mine here. We're gonna go.
Interesting layout choices.
Oh, shut up, Ada. That'll work. I guess, and then we do walls, or do we? No, let's not do walls. What we're gonna do Hmm. Let's see. Problem here is that the whole sunken archway here is at roughly 45 degrees to the world grid, which makes it really freaking annoying to build anything on the world grid. But I want to stay on the world grid. What I could do, not really inclined to do, but I think I'm going to, is build this on what I call World Grid B, and that's where these are all on World Grid, but World Grid has a 45. So if I take, let's take and lock that until it's centered on one of these. Is that centered? No. How do I get this? See, it's centered that way. How do we get it centered this way? That looks like it is centered there, and it's centered there. So there it is. That's our new grid. Take all of this out, including wires. And then what we're going to do is, since we're rebuilding the base up there on the cliff anyways, we're going to rebuild that to this mini grid, secondary grid, whatever you want to call it, as well. Everything else in the world is and will be built to the main world grid. This is still built to the main world grid, just the 45-degree variant. This way, it'll fit much nicer here into this. It'll allow everything, including the building that's built here, to fit nicely into this space. Doggone, these things jump far when you do it right. Referring to the boots, or whatever you want to call them. Alrighty, anything I missed? Probably. Alright, let's start building from here. Alright, there's our building, or at least the ground floor. Now let's put the miners back in. Now, the previous floor, while it was at a notable angle to that base, was not on this grid because it was set freehand. What am I after? I'm after miners. Oh, well, that's not cool. There's supposed to be a way I can rotate at partial angles. Control is rotating my hotbars. Alt well, that ain't cool. I guess they're all gonna have to be sitting at odd angles. The reason they're at odd angles is that they turn in, I believe, 10-degree angles. And 45 is not a 10-degree angle, so it's either 5 degrees either side is straight on. But I thought there was a way to turn it half that, but I'm not seeing it. So we're just going to put them like that. Actually, that one's going to go that way. This one back here, wherever it is going to go that way so that it misses. All right, where's the other one? Whoops, hello. There it is. Ah. All right. So I guess we'll put you this way. 20, 35. Five, 20, 35. And you at 5, 20, 35. That points them all towards the middle. And then we're going to have okay. We've got to have some walls initially, at least, to line up the next floors. But I think I will take them down ultimately. Why is it not building on top of that? And let's see. If we put a floor here, of a big crash for such a small tree. I think and what I'm wondering for anyone watching is whether you're going to put the back wall here and just stone wall this, not stone, but or and then just have this pad out back here to cover the hole in the ground, or bring the wall out here. And I think I just answered my own question. The wall's coming out here. Go away, saw. And also, there's not actually going to be a wall there. It'll be, the bottom will be open like the previous one was. But in order to in order to get the next floor up built, to know where it goes, I need to have the wall references. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I believe that is not tall enough for the miners. Okay, so that's where our floor is going to be. Actually, no. Where's my foundations? Actually, don't need them. Need to go one more because these are 4s. And that's not where I want them. This should leave one and change, and I still missed. One and change wall height between the top of this and the bottom of that, which it looks to it does. So now it's just a matter of building this out to the right place. How much further out here? I gotta go quite a bit. One more. No. Up there. Don't need these anymore. Don't need those anymore. There's also one there and there. And hello, newcomers. We just finished tearing down my original basic iron factory, and now we're trying to talk, and now we are rebuilding it. There's at least one more wall segment here in the grass, and I believe there's actually one underground here, but there's no way to get to it. Oh crap, doggone it. Guess I'll have to go by where this is. No, I want to build, not take out. Bingo. Alright, then I have to come out to here. Alright, I think that's our factory. And yeah, it's floating in space, but we don't care at the moment. We'll deal with that later. Do I have it all the way over here? I do. Okay. Come on, get up there. now I need we want stairs coming down somewhere. Maybe a ramp. Where does a ramp end up coming down? If I can get it in the right place. Zoop. Let's see. We would like this to end up somewhere in this area. Put a corner here. Ha 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 ha. Am I good or what? Don't answer that. Oh, well, that was intelligent. Let's try that again. But let's not fall off this time. Ah, crap. Off by one error. Any programmer watching this knows what that is. A very annoying issue us programmers get to deal with. If I move that back one, that's going to bring this to right here. Is that a problem? No. Oh yeah. Earlier. Because I'm rebuilding this too. Three, four. Okay. So where does this come down? Okay. So if we rebuild we've got to be up high because the ground gets high right in here and even much higher over there. So Is that 2 or 1? 2. Okay. Now this is, yeah, we want to use 4 blocks for this. Oh, there should be one. Yes. This has to be 7 plus 4, so it has to be 11 long. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One more. 11. That works out doggone close to perfect. In fact, if we take it out 2 more so it matches the rest of the building, we just have a clear end piece on each end. And we're going to leave, it needs to be, if we stick with the theme, it needs to be 3, but if we leave an extra round either side, it'll be 5. Don't mind those containers, those are specials. So we need 3 wide for the actual base and extra for clearance. So we want 5 out plus 1 between buildings, which is where this walkway will be. So we want to come out 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Plus this, which is where the walkway is. I think, at least on this side, we're going to concrete this wall. It's not like we're going to actually use any of this space. And we will at some point put a walkway down here matching the one that's going to be here. In fact, this can be our walkway area. And then our hub area can start here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we don't need that block. We can put that back if we happen to need it. I should move you. But I can't park you. Why are you driving funny? There we go. I gotta park you out of the way of the other tractor too. Walkway. Okay. I think I probably need to take these out so I can get to these to remove them. No more, okay. Well, I wasn't planning to rebuild the hub first, but kind of looks like that's what I'm going to do. Do I want biogen on that end or this end? I want the hub out there, so that means biogen down here. That means need a paint color, a greenish color. So we want 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 is bio. Coal goes nowhere now. Let's see. That still give me one. Yeah, it does. One on the end. And then 1, 2, 3, 4 to fit the hub. Okay. Not the one I was after. Okay. These. Doggone. You're supposed to align the same way I picked you up. Now we see splitters. Splitters. Coming from where I'm at. This one coming from the other side. And then one coming from the side. And then here, coming from this side. Here, coming from the other side. And then in the middle, coming from there. And then we have use belt ones because that's necessary. Some people will question, well, I have all the other power. I mean, I've got 4,000 megawatts, I think. Ish. I've got all the other power. Why do I need the bio? If you've ever had a total factory blackout, you don't need to ask that question. If your coal or fuel power goes out for whatever reason, the only way to start it is biofuel, because you've got to start either the pumps for the oil and stuff, or the watery extractors for the coal. And if your coal and or fuel factories go dead, as mine have, not on this world, but in my one of the servers I play on, if you, one way or another, you've either got to have or rebuild a biofuel plant to get them restarted. Because once you're dead, you're dead. Now, if you have a battery storage, which I think I do have one or two on here, not certain. Then that'll last a little bit, but not for long. In the case where mine went dead, we had battery, we had storage, but because we had the storage, and because we were stupid and left the biofuel plant connected, it not only ran our batteries dry, but it also ate all of our stored biofuel before we realized before it went actually dead and we realized their problem. It took us 2 or 3 hours. I think there's a stream of it. I'm not certain. I think it took us 2 or 3 hours to get stuff back up because, oh, there were so many issues. We basically had to rewire the entire world because we did not have anything separated by switches. We did not have a single backbone with spurs out to each individual set of factory buildings, yada yada. So we had to isolate, and basically rewired the entire world before we could get things back up and going. And it may or may not have been me that caused it in the first place. I'll plead the fifth on that matter. Okay. We have, what do I need? We're going to have over here. Well, I can always go over there and look, but why would I do that? I need bins sitting there, and it won't let me put one there. And we have a bin let's see, how did the bin goes here. Right? Yes. Except this one is set up backwards. I'm rebuilding it in a different way. This was the first one of, was this the first one? Regardless, I've got a better way to do this than the way this one's set up. I just have to remember. Well, we'll figure it out. So the way the new one is going to work, we have, this will be solid biofuel, which will feed out into lift, which will go up, which will come out to a splitter, which will be centered over the top of this eventually. I don't have it up there yet. Actually, probably should. So this will be that direction. There. If I remember right, it'll be there. It'll be one of those two top positions. I think it goes to that top one. Because what will be on top of this is an industrial coming out this way. Now, is that level? It is. So I get rid of that one. And then this. Okay, so each of these center ones one, two, three, four, point that way. And that should be level, yep. And then got that, and this center one over here. From there, go 1, 2, 3, 4. And from there to there. And that should also be level. So now we have this big bin, which will be solid biofuel. Feeds into this splitter, which splits it half and half. One half goes over here, which feeds those four there. And the other half goes here, which feeds those four back there. For each set of four, it comes into the center splitter, which splits it in half again to that pair and this pair, and of course these two splitters split between the pairs. This way, everything coming out of the storage is split evenly among all 8 biogenerators. That way we don't have using a manifold, the one on the end will run out first when you start running out of stuff. And then your plant dies slowly and you don't notice the first one's going down because you're usually not using all the power. By the time you realize it, it's too late. Now, it could be argued that that's a good thing because this way you're going to lose power all at once. So there's an argument both ways. This is the way I've chosen to do it, having done it the other way. It brings us back to one of the things I love about the game. You play it your way, I'll play it mine. The right way is whatever works for you. So, constructors need to go, let's see, we're building on that line. So one of these will be for wood and the other will be for grass. I'm not going to set them up yet. Set them up like that. Can I set this up? No, it's interfering with that other thing. Okay, this one is wrong. Oh, it's right. It's coming out this way. That gives me this one here. Wrong place. Figured. Dun, 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 dun. This one will be turning this one and the one on the other side will turn grass and wood into biomass, which will go into the bottom thing here. And it'll come in here where we turn to solid biofuel, where it will go up. One, two. Should. Nope. One, two, three, four. Goes in there. This one I can set the recipe for. Biomass. This one will turn. This one will make solid biofuel. These two I need a merger, which will sit here, and we'll go this merger goes into this bin. Okay. I just got to make sure I'm thinking right, so it needs to spin that way. There we go. It really should separate it from this, so let's not like that because supposedly that'll automatically connect to the bin. I've never been able to make that happen. So we are going to put it out here. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, there's one tick in between. Okay, so we're going to put it. So it's separated from there, but it's also still separate from there. So I can still put it back there. And then we have belts here. Let's go straight and straight. And I think, so we come from the leaf and wood into the bottom bin, into this, making solid, which goes up into the top. Comes out of the top and gets split down the side. Okay. Now I need to take and get there's no leaves. Okay, I can unbuild that. We're not using any of these power wires. So we have in my inventory plenty of room. Okay. So I can now build the last storage unit. I was clipping with a sign. I'm like, what on earth is it clipping with? But it's not lined up. But it is lined up. Is my machine not lined up? My machine is not lined up. How did that happen? Okay. Take this biomass out. And we need to take and run this biofuel from here. It needs to go into there one way or another. Ah! Get back up here. That'll get our biofuel moved over to the new. This is biomass, which needs to go into the bottom one, coming out of here. It's got to go somewhere. Coming out of the top one here. We need to come down one way or another. There. Yeah, that'll work. I should have reconnected that to this machine, but for the moment this will work. How about let's speed that up. I need to speed that belt in there up. Trick is there. There we go. Now these are all slow, but there's no reason for them to be any faster. Right now we're just trying to move stuff from point A to point B as fast as we can. In the meantime, I can pull once again. Start taking apart this stuff. All of these can go away. And yes, I know I can paint them all at once, but I have stuff in the background that I don't want to delete. And yes, I know I can filter it, but it's a pain in the butt. Let's see what else. Anything left in these? I know there's nothing in those. Nothing in that one. This one has stuff. Oh, I need to do. Put those in there. And now I have, and let's see, where's the biomass is going into the one down here. Oh, hello. So I got some biomass that can go in there. And then I'm getting lost. I can take all this stuff back into my inventory. Delete that. What's in here? Find a spot to drop some boxes. We need 2 more boxes. Let's shelf. Backwards. Guessing that they're defaulting that way now that I think about it, because I'm putting the shelf backwards. If I take one of them out, I'll bet it will now default to basically this. Okay. Now, make sure I have nothing in storage. Or inventory. Put that in there. And then I goofed. Those don't go in there. That was the material that made the box in the first place, which is why I left that one in place for a minute. Sign. And another sign. There's your signs. Alright, we've emptied those crates, we've removed these crates. Got everything stored over here. All that stuff can go in inventory with everything else. That's empty. What was this? So this is one of the biomass stuff. Now I can put this belt in. Put that belt in there where it belongs. And I can also reset this belt in here to the right speed. All right. Now, remove the hub, remove the bits. Oh, looks like we got another thing to chainsaw. Hey. Where's my inventory? Oh, crap. I put all my biofuel up here. I did something wrong. What did I did wrong? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. I can't count, that's why. There should be 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I didn't leave no spare. All right. The new hub. move it so there's a full lane of clearance. Yeah, I still have room here. Now we have the workshop. Which I think that's where I like it. Except I like it in here. Or do I like it one down here? This makes it easier to get to the MAM which goes there. Although if I put this all the way to the back, I can access the store, which will go here. And MAM, which goes here. There, I like that. Alright, I need to deal with those, but they can wait. I'm not moving that stuff right now. Everything that needs to be is rebuilt. Let's see what happens when I take a frame out from under him. Cool. Clean up around the place. Do some gardening here. You can stay there, you're fine. Since I'm going to be going on and off these, need to line them. Just barely long enough. here. Oh, not the inverted dummy. Up corner 4. All right. Power poles. Now I gotta go back and wire it. If I had done it right, I would have put the wires on in the first place. Let the poles get placed automatically. What the heck? Oh. I'm like, they're not tied to the grid. How did they power up? But because I had the solid biofuel feeding into the whole system, the machines were already filled up with it. So as soon as they were asked to provide power, they had it. Interesting. So right now, this is all running on its own power. Not that there's anything to do, but actually apparently the biomass is feeding in. Oh, because the top thing here is larger than the previous one was. The previous one only had the biomass, the one down the bottom, was backed up because this was full, because this was only half the size before. So now this isn't full, and the biomass is now processing. But there's plenty of fuel here, not a problem. Okay, doing what it's supposed to do. Now take my stack of containers here and put them back somewhere else. Don't really have room here, but I do have room down here. So we're going to put a rack. Let's see, organization, shelf unit rack. We're going to put a rack down here. Let's see. What do you think? Centered or front? I'm going to go center. And then get the stuff we put over here. Oh, gotta dump my inventory again. So let's see. Oh, this is my inventory. Let's dump my inventory. And this is the stuff that goes in the hub. This goes here for the moment. That's where it came out of anyways. Where's all this stuff? I'm getting lost. Let's see. That was that box. Get rid of that box. That box has stuff. These are my inventory. These are the other things. That's all the stuff from that's the stuff from, okay, we're gonna make another box here. Get rid of the non-relevant stuff for the moment. That's the stuff from Fixmas, because for whatever reason this world did not get told that Fixmas was over. I'm not sure why. Store. So nothing there. This stuff. Take. There's stuff there. Put that in here. And then all this belongs to my inventory. Except for that. That goes actually that goes in here, and those come out here. And I think we're good. I think we have, well, we have the hub rebuilt. Now let's try rebuilding the actual base like was the original plan. We're going to take and build, for those who weren't here earlier, This is where my original base was. I've just finished rebuilding the hub area. Now we got to rebuild the iron area. Dog freaking gun it. I didn't. I was supposed to take notes as for what was being built up there. Yeah, well, we'll change it anyway because we've got a whole lot more resources available to us now, so we can do it better. But anyways, we're going to use this row of foundation to build my walkway from up there to down here. And we're going to start here, I think. With I wish they had the catwalks up further. Do I want that on that side or that side? On that side.
Boring.
Oh, shut up, Ada. Never mind that you just scared the living daylights out of me. I want this to come this way. The only way that's going to work like I said, I'll change my mind a couple times here. So, stairs here, and here, and corner, oh, did it wrong again. Corner that way. Corner that way. Corner this way. Corner this way. There we go. Actually, this is going to be walls of some sort up here, but we do need the railing for that. What do we got used for walls? We're going to use the wide open windows. Oh wow, a little wider open than I thought. That wall needs to be yeah. There we go. And now this is right here by the main hub, and we're going to put an extra railing. So that I don't go running off that edge. Actually, you know what? Even better. This edge isn't going to have a wall, so it does need to have the rail. Well, it doesn't technically need to have the rail, but somewhere over here I'll put a walkway down to go down below. I guess the reasonable place for that to be would be right here. So now we need to have, we're going to run it down that direction. So we want the corner going that way, and then the stairs. There we go. Wow, the audio, I don't know if you guys can hear it. The audio, listen to the sound as I come down into this area. Can you hear the echoing of my footsteps? Wow, that's crazy. And now I just noticed that my head is offset to the other side now. Why does it keep moving? On the rare occasion I put myself in an inset, during the progress of the video, my head at some point will be over here and other points will be over here, and I don't move my frickin' chair. Alright, now to figure out what we're building and how we're building it. First things first. This is 10 wide. On this first level, we are doing, well, I guess numbers first, because this layer is smelting. These are Mark IIs, which unaccelerated are doing 120. These will be accelerated, or will they? No, this is main base. We're not going to bother. So we're going to go with 120. This is initial. This isn't a bulk factory. So 120 each. That means smelters do 30. That means 4 smelters per. Means we need 12 smelters. We only have 10 wide, minus 1 for the lane, so really 8 wide. Well, they're smelters, they're narrow. I bet we can fit all 9 in the width here. So let's see how much room it takes if I start here. Nope, we need to leave room for I/O. Start there. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Whoops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Well, I got way too much space. Can't have that. Well, how do I fix that? Now y'all gonna make me do math. Does this? Okay, so we have 10 minus outside, outside, and 1, so we have 7. How many spots does this take up? So this takes up five spots. So 8 times 7 is 56 spots. We have 9 of them. 9 plus 8, 8 and 16, so 17. No. Yeah, divided by 17. No. Divided by no, okay. So 8 times 7, we have 56 slots, 56 meters to work with. Minus 9 things times 5 meters each gives us 11 left. Divided by 8 spaces between them. So 1 tick in between. With some left over. So if we do minus 8 ticks leaves a total of 3 ticks that we need to have around the outside. So 1.5 ticks on each end. Now, question is, how many people actually followed what I was doing? What I'm doing is figuring out how I can space these so they evenly cover the length here. So there's on the end, and we want 1.5 in from the end, and then next to it starting immediately next to it, block, and then go 1 over. Starting immediately next to it, one over. Immediately next to it, 1 over. Immediately next to it, but 1 over. Immediately next to it, 1 over. Nope. 1 that way. Block, shift, plant, and block, shift, and that should be ha. Now, all 9 are exactly centered within the space. Now, you know what? I counted really badly. Why didn't you tell me, chat? Why didn't you tell me I counted badly? We have 3 machines spitting 120 each. each, I counted with each one supporting 3 smelters. That's wrong. Each one can support 4. So instead of indenting on each end, we need to go 2 out on each end. You made me give more work, buddy. Chat. You gave me more work. I blame it all on you. Isn't that how it works? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10, 11, 12. And I do believe that is indeed. We'll check here. One, 2, ticks over. Ha! So now we have 12 properly centered in the space. Now, the real trick is I have to split evenly between 4. So we do yeah, that doesn't work this way. We'll have to do it, we'll have to get tricky. This here, leaving me room to walk there. And this. Come on, walk on those sheep, will ya? Seriously? Okay, can't go in. Gotta come out 1. come on, I know one of these is aligned with you. And control ain't lining you up either. What's going on? Oh, I understand. It's all gonna be like that. Okay, this one's doing 4. They're all gonna be like that, aren't they? Lovely. The cost of being a nerd. Okay, now this one, centered, needs to be we can go on that line, and it needs to be there. So one minor will come up into this. It's 120, so we'll split into 60, so number 1 belt is fine. And by putting the splitter out there, even with the first smelter, it gives us room to split off onto this and go directly into it. I suppose, no, I see going into the middle, I can't put it in between the two because then it can't split into this. And I can't put it in even with this one because it can't, this can't split evenly onto it. This way gives me room to split all of it out evenly, and this is where it'll come up from down below. In fact, let's see if I can put, not a wall hole, a floor hole right there. Perfect. Could put a hole in the window, but that's just gonna look weird. Well, I can put a floor hole without no problem. Oh, we'll need a number 2 left for this. There we go. Now do that twice more. Rotate it correctly, lock it in place, and shift it over. Go over here 4 more. Lock it in place, shift it over. In the middle. Goes on there. Mark 1 belts. Everything connected as it's expected to. Not a wall hole, floor hole, please. Mark 2. Repeat one more time. let's see, coming in from this side, lock it in place, move it over. Not aligned. This one goes there. Yep. There. All that done. Let's, before I fall out the windows, let's throw another row into here. While I'm at it. Alrighty. They're smelting. Now, before we had, see, I'm off to the side again. What the heck? Not that way, this way. Weird. The previous one, we had it split in half. Half going to plates and half going to rods. Question is, do I want to do it the same way? I think actually I think we're going to take a 5 or 10 minute break here while I do some numbers and figure out how I want to do this. So I'll be back in 5 or 10 minutes. Please hang out and I will be back. Well, guys, bad news. I haven't had a chance to look at the numbers yet. As soon as I went off stream, I got a phone call, and I have some work to do. So I'm going to have to end the stream here, and we will be back hopefully Monday afternoon. But watch the channel, subscribe, and there will be more of well, I got 4 worlds that I'm streaming when I have a chance, so there will be more of this one and others. So stay tuned, and thank you for watching. Have a good evening.